Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
So today, we're not doing any grinding. Well, we are kind of grinding. We're going to be grinding out attempts on a boss. And by grinding out attempts, I mean the boss is going to be grinding out attempts on us, because we're going to be changing our party a bunch of times to like sort of show how different parties interact with the boss. I might actually end up using some save states, which I don't usually use, but this is not for like canon progression. This is just for like if to show like I basically made some sims to show like if the boss just doesn't bother attacking you, what are like the DPS conditions, what ends up happening, with varying levels of fantasy, right? So like the one involving the protagonist as the carry is eminently reasonable. On turn 1, turn into a dragon and cast War Shout and Might. Turn 2, turn 1, the first boss dies. Turn 2, the second boss dies. Battle's over. There's nothing that can really go wrong as long as everyone's outspeeding the bosses. There's no way for that to go wrong. It's just mechanically fine, right? So that organization, in theory, should just work. Because, you know, protagonist OP and all that. So that's one of the variants that's very reasonable. The Gar variant is a little bit reasonable, because it doesn't involve that many turns of buffing. And Gar's pretty beefy. The Nina variant is strangely very reasonable. I think that Nina might be able to just kill on like turn 3. It's kind of crazy to think, but I think Nina might be able to just kill on turn 3. Maybe turn 2. Can I kill on turn 2? Surely not, right? I don't think I could kill on X. I don't think I could kill on X turn 2, but I could be wrong. It would help if my sims had actually involved properly simulating the difference between a turn and an X turn. Basically, I averaged the values to just turn the turn and the X turn into one value, but that's not an accurate determination of thinger. Oh no, Astro Kitty, your streak, it's gone. That's so sad. That's so sad. Do you get anything out of the streak, or is it just like cool? I don't know how Twitch works. Look, I don't watch Twitch. I just Twitch, which might explain why I'm a bad streamer. Because I don't look out for best practices from other streamers. Don't worry about it. So today, we might as well just get right into it. So, shit, do some of these variants require 500,000 channel points? Holy shit. Sounds like a lot of channel points. How's the inflation on those? Let's see, what can I do? Move you here. There we go. I should start letting people redeem 100,000 channel points to force me to play a game. Just as something to do with all those channel points. The problem is that I keep playing games that people recommend to me and then going, fuck. Just bouncing off of them. Or getting angry about them and walking away. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we're loading up this file. I should note that the calculations that I did were based off of everybody at level 19. I just loaded up my level 19 file, made some adjustments for gearing. So I don't think that there will be too many changes to the way that we need to approach the upcoming stuff but Ark and Momo are a little stronger than they would be. And I don't think Momo gets a new weapon in between now and the next boss, but we'll see. So, what am I doing? Do we have this? Do we have the correct party? We have the party that I want to bring to where I'm going. Do we have the abilities that I want? I guess I don't. I only need one, right? I only need one because I only need to rewire this stuff for all the non-canon shit. So I don't need to worry about that. So we have might. We have speed. You have war shout. So I'll have to move war shout onto the protagonist for basically all these variants. Maybe we do the protagonist first. Should we do the protagonist first or should we do the protagonist last? I feel like I want to end with Nina. So let's do the protagonist first. We'll end with Nina, and we'll start with the protagonist. How do we feel about that? I feel good about this. It's going to be a while. Like we have a ways to go before we are going to be able to get that done. But rude. Not quite. I think this took me like 20 minutes when I was a kid. It took me so long. How's the mic picking up my whispering? It's fine, right? Yeah, let's go. We did it. That was pretty rough. Wonder if everyone's okay. I'm sure they're all fine. Well, we rammed her at full speed. Maybe you should go check on everyone. That's pretty true. That was really something, huh? Boom! Looks like our plan worked, hey? How would you know? You're inside. That was a pretty big bump, eh, Ark? Pico fell right off where he was sitting. He was sitting over there. How'd you fall all the way down here? Q, Q, Q! Pico looks a little dizzy, but otherwise unhurt. Ooh, that woke me up. Pico fell right on top of me. Oh no! Momo looks alright as well. Poor Momo. Usually, the black ships are completely automated. So, if you get on that ship, then it'll take you back to where it came from, the other side. So, I think if we get to the bridge, we should be able to figure out how the automated systems work. We'll have to look for the... God damn it, I need to move over the laundry. No, it's fine. Which might take a while, but we can always come back here to rest, right? So we had to ram the ship from behind because this ship has automated defense turrets on every other portion of the ship, and our goal was basically to board it. So we're ramming the ship in order to board it. We're basically pirating a fuel tanker. So, again, this game's very topical, it turns out. So we are trying to get to the other side of the ocean, and so this boat is the way to get there. And in order to board the boat, we rammed into it from behind, and somehow we latched onto the ship. I don't know how we latched onto the ship, or maybe the ship isn't moving now. It's not entirely clear how this plan actually worked. Also, we clearly rammed into the side of the ship, not the actual, back of the ship, even though I had to hit the ship from exactly behind in the minigame, which is some bullshit. I should be able to hit it at a slightly off angle. You all saw me bounce off at a slightly off angle. This is clearly not straight on the back. We should have been able to do this. This should have been fine. What the fuck? Game. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. And we're gonna play a crane game. I'm trying to remember the details. Is this game a huge pain in the ass? Do I have to redo this crane game a billion times? Okay, we can't use this yet. I hate to tell you, but I think we might need to do the crane minigame 4 times. I think we have to do the crane minigame 4 times. Alright, so let's go ahead and try out the strategy of simply making go boom with Blitz. Oh, somehow we healed to full. I'm gonna try a Quake as well, because they're apparently weak against Quake. You are faster than me. Okay. Well, we need to fix that. We have 2 levels available. I don't anticipate leveling up here necessarily too many times. We might end up running into a problem, but my hope is that that's with speed boots. What's this speed on these archers, man? I bet you weren't expecting the open book section of the playthrough to hit this quick, huh? First random encounter, we're immediately referencing Second Advent. Weird name, but you know what's funny? I didn't actually know what Second Advent would be a reference to when Second Advent is a very prolific member of at least this GameFAQs community, and I think other ones as well. What was I looking for? Bolt. Sure. You have 50 agility? How am I supposed to do a blitz strategy if you have 50 fucking agility? Oh, that's horseshit. You're not gonna let me blitz. I can't just blitz everything. Well, I can, but I'll need to heal between fights. I need to turn on the main power. Error in Platform Program 3. This game loves giving you a bunch of instructions on how a thing works, and then just giving you bad information. It loves to do that shit. It loves pulling that bullshit. Let's take a look and see if Simoon gets the job done. It's very funny that Shadowwalk and Quake both cost the same amount of AP. Okay, blind. I am blinded. I miss. We snooze. I'm not immune to sleep. I am immune to sleep. Okay, I saw my portrait was blue and I forgot that. Okay, Simoon gets the job done. We don't need to do anything important. Simoon! Alright, blah blah blah. I'm actually just gonna do each program one at a time, because I'm just not worried about it. I just can't be fucked. I don't remember, I don't remember where I'm trying to even go to, right? So, are there multiple, are there chests or something that I need to get here? I don't even know. But if I get the wrong program, then This is actually one thing that I will say is I would argue a problem with the way that JRPGs handle reward systems for puzzles. If I succeed at a puzzle, I should get the reward for the puzzle. It is some bullshit to put a reward behind the fail condition of a puzzle. I think that's bullshit. You should only put rewards behind the success conditions of the puzzle. And you can have multiple success conditions, but you should be trying... So, like, as an example, putting treasure in a hole in the ground that you fall into... I sure do. Okay, we got an ID card. We actually needed this. But I shouldn't have to try every fail condition in order to, like, get... in order to get all of, like, the things. I shouldn't have to do that. It's some bullshit. And one of the worst things, this is one of the problems, is that it's not something that an individual developer can fix, because an individual developer is only part of the issue. Yes, that's exactly correct. It's funny you say Digifrog specifically, because the thing that came to mind that I was just thinking of was actually in Digimon. There was one area where there was a specific pit that you had to fall into in order to get to this other area, and every other pit you weren't supposed to fall into. But there's nothing differentiating the pits until you fall into them. So you have to just fall deliberately into every pit until you random into the pit that gives you the thing that you're looking for. And that I hate that kind of stuff. That just... hate's probably a strong word. I dislike that kind of stuff. You know, that... Did I even do 3? I don't think I did 3. Three's the one that has an error, right? Okay, we found a skill ink. I love that for me. Do love me some skill ink. Yeah, we also need to go up. But we know that we don't have to do any of these unless they involve an up. Unless it's 3, because we don't know what 3 does. You know the other thing that games need? Games need to have a disclaimer at the front of the game. Okay? This is something that games need. A disclaimer. Hey, there's a bunch of missable shit. Hey, there's nothing missable. Don't worry about it. Hey, when you're gonna miss something, it's just gonna be plot. Don't worry about it if you don't care about plot. But, you know, maybe an optional boss has a little sneaky bit of dialogue behind beating them. Maybe, maybe not. Boo, 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 boo. I don't know, I feel like having, like, a indication of developer intent. So, number 3 is a thing. Where does this take us? Okay, we turn the crane main switch on. Then we can't go further this way. This is perfect. Okay, so this is just a bunch of dead ends. So each one of these basically has a thing. There's a couple that didn't have anything, but most of this is good. Okay, we got another bolt. You know what? We snooze. I should pick up Rest again for Nina, because snooze doesn't scale, but Rest actually technically scales. So I'd be kind of curious now that Nina has, like, what, like 200 intelligence and 200 AP? I'd be curious to see if Rest is any good now. I don't remember ever seeing a meaningful amount of scaling off of Rest. I feel like I've seen it maybe heal for 6 HP into 1 AP before, but I don't remember if I've ever seen rest do, like, actual numbers. Like, if I could get rest to be equivalent to snooze, that would be clutch. Like, having a second snooze would be a big deal. I just realized that I didn't even look to see if this had an up on it, and all I need is an up. I need something that goes up. We already did 3, and 3 is the one with the error, so does this have an up? This does have uppies. Okay, well, we're good. So we've activated the crane. We have a double. And I guess we blizzard here, because if they both survive this... Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to do blizzard. I'm going to have Momo do a quake, because likelihood that they both survive is pretty low. 39 damage is not great for me. Yep, we got our uppies. And I do have the ability to throw out snoozes on the protagonist, so. How do I get there? Get there from the other side. So does going up do nothing for me, maybe? Because this... I guess maybe this does nothing for me. Maybe this is just meant to allow me to easier see the thing. But I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's just a... Maybe this is nothing. Maybe... Maybe nothing matters, you know? Okay, that's a lucky strike. Ooh, silence is coming out. That's a fast silence. Good thing I did a double cast. Though, it doesn't matter. Arc is gonna just insta-get both of these. It's all good. And by both, I mean all 3. We are accumulating EXP at a somewhat concerning pace. We do... Excuse me. We do have a lot of EXP coming out of the boss at the end. And I don't want to have to throw the... I don't want to have to throw the EXP. Let's see. So what is this again? Alright, this is just information. So we could head back to the ship to save if we want, because we've now made a lot of progress. I should probably give the spirit ring to Nina, because she's faster than Momo. So she's the one who's actually casting the spells. Her spells are not particularly expensive right now, but she's the only one who's casting. Yeah, let's do that. Imagine being able to actually like change things up. We don't need the Thunder Ring for this. And our int is 155. Yeah, really not a big fan of needing to fail at a puzzle. I like to do a puzzle successfully, and it just makes me... God, especially the pit puzzles. Pit puzzles are so annoying. And they're not annoying because for reasons that they should be annoying. They're annoying for the worst possible reasons. because they're annoying because you have to fail at them so many times deliberately. Like you just like sort of methodic. They're not even a puzzle. Like that's the issue with them, is that they're not even like a puzzle. It's so annoying. Do I just keep saving under my main file? I just realized that I should have probably made a secondary save. Why is this 4 hours later? I guess I should assume that the save that's 4 hours later is probably the save that I want to keep. Let's save here. But also, I'm now level 21, which I don't think I was before. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're fine. Yeah. We're fine. As long as I have to now save in slot 3 every time, which sucks, but that's fine. I'll definitely remember. It's not like I'm gonna forget. Like, why would that have happened? All right. So. We're basically going to be grabbing each of these and putting them in the slots where we're going. And that's greater work, right? All well and good. There's one problem. The one problem is that you'll note that there's only 3 slots. And there's 4 of these things. Which means... Did I misalign this? I think I misaligned this. I need to go one step further. The problem is there's item in these here boxes. There's items in these here boxes. And there are, in fact, 1 item in each box. So this is not quite the same thing, right? This is not quite the same kind of puzzle, where you have to fail it 4 times. You instead have to succeed at the puzzle 4 times. Now, in principle, I'm actually a huge fan of puzzles like this. Principally, I'm in favor of puzzles where you would want to solve the puzzle in different ways to get different outcomes that are all good. However, in this particular case, I'm not really a fan. And the reason that I'm not really a fan is because... The reason that I'm not really a fan is because you're not actually making any real changes to the way you're doing anything. Like, you're fundamentally just doing the exact same thing 4 times. Because you have to get all 4 of the boxes. It's just a matter of what order you get the boxes in. It's like not a big deal. Unless I'm crazy, is there only 1 item in these boxes? If there's only the 1 item, then I retract my statement. Though it doesn't change too much, because in that case, you then are in a position where it's a fail state situation. But yeah, I think that maybe it's possible that the only one with anything in it is actually the one in the back. There, I'd have to look. And if that's the case, then I've already failed the puzzle. But we'll see. We'll see if there's an item on the thing back there. The key to puzzles like this, by the way, for those who don't play a lot of retro games but are interested in playing some retro games, with control schemes in retro games, a lot of the time what you're looking to do is let go of the button right before you reach a trigger point on a grid. Like, everything will be on a grid, and your goal is to have triggered the movement to the next section of grid, but not have reached it. Because the second that you've reached that section of grid, the second you reach that section, you're now moving past it. So you'll move way past it if you try to have, like, precisely land on exactly the spot you're trying to land on. This shit's on a grid. You're looking to get a little bit past the previous section of grid. which is so you're letting go substantially before you're there, right? But the key is just recognizing where the pieces of grid are. So each piece of grid here is like, there's like 3 pieces of grid per box, right? Where it's like each side of, like if you look on the ground, right? Each of these things, as well as each of the lines, as well as the midpoint, are all points of grid, right? So think of it as like there should be like an extra line in the middle, going through the middle of each of these boxes, right? And if you do that, you just get a perfect grid arrangement that you can then go, okay, I've crossed a threshold, da 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 da. Now, I'm not consciously doing that. I'm faffing around with it. But if you're struggling, then it will, behoove you. I might have actually undershot that. No. It will behoove you to actually pay close attention and do that, because the key is, as long as you're trying to do things the correct way, this is actually very easy. But if you're thinking about it from the perspective of, I want to get as close to the point as possible, like I'm trying to nail it at an exact timing, it's a very imprecise timing. The timing isn't really that precise. What you're looking for is to identify the correct timing, and the correct timing is a little bit before that you think it is. Yeah, not a huge fan of this puzzle because of the fact that it's the same solution 4 times. You just have to do it in a different order, and it's not special. Whereas like typically with box puzzles, like there's not this kind of box. This is just a crane puzzle, but box puzzles is what comes to mind. There's another protectors. Nice. Typically with puzzles like this, where there's like multiple solutions to them that give you different results, they're not as like they're not as samey each time. Like I'm trying, like when you're trying to get through like a puzzle to get like from one side to another. Though I will say I do love when you have like a maze puzzle where you're moving boxes around. I actually really like when there's multiple exits, but there is a way that you can actually unlock all of the entrances at the same time, and they remain open because you have figured out how to open them permanently. I do really enjoy that. That makes me quite happy. So we're just playing the crane game for a while, no big deal. This game is very minigame heavy. There's a lot of puzzles, and there's a lot of just straight up minigames. So this is going to be the last one that we need to pick up. Unless these two are empty, which I don't think they are. I think they all have something in them. At this point, looking it up would probably take more time than just solving the puzzle. But we got the really important thing, which is the protectors. So we now have 2 copies of the protectors accessory. In theory, we need 3 eventually, but in practice, it's not really that relevant. We don't need to have 3 copies of the protectors, I don't think. They're really good, but they do fall off eventually, and there aren't any major, like, there's no bosses coming up that I think are going to require it. In part just because we're going to be so OP. So we do have confirmation of that. And the last one that we're doing is the one in the middle here, right? found a light bangle. So we actually got 2 status protection items off of this in a row, which is kind of interesting. Which is kind of really interesting. The boss here doesn't use status effects, I don't think. I guess there's silence from the mages. I'm trying to think of why we're given so many status resistance items in this puzzle. I guess maybe just because they're strong. Like, it's a strong accessory, so it's being given to us in this, you know, the other thing is that this is like a point of no return to a degree, where it's going to be a long time before I can go back and get this kind of stuff if I missed it, like anything from Storm and stuff like that. Hard to say. You know what's not hard to say? We're almost done. We're almost done. We have 2 more of these things. But yeah, you can imagine how frustrating this was for me as a kid. Because as a kid, I just didn't really I didn't grasp the mechanism of what I'm trying to do. So like, and I, you know, no patience. So like, also I'm not talking to chat as a kid, right? Imagine this is the only thing that you're doing. You're not multitasking at all, and you're just doing this for 15 minutes. You're not vamping. You're not talking to chat. You're just doing nothing, right? You're just sitting here, and like that does kind of suck. So this minigame kind of sucks if you're a completionist and you don't have a thing to occupy your mind. It's very casual and chill in like sort of like a social environment where you're like, okay, yeah, I'm socializing, I'm just talking to people. Now is anybody talking back? Nope, nobody's talking back right now. But that's fine. They don't need to talk back. Even if there's no one in here, I can be talking to the future generations, which serves the same function, like 100%. Like I can listen to myself talk all day as long as I feel like I'm talking to someone, even if nobody ever watches it. Ooh, we got a holy sword. Okay. Oh wait, that's a dagger. I believe that is a weapon that can be used by our dear friend Rayatron. Okay, I'm gonna go over here first and hit this button, and that allows us to bring this up. And now we can go back to the boat. Oh, we have a King Toad. How's it going? Is a King Toad valuable in some way? I don't think so. Let me take a look. I don't think that there was anything interesting from anything here. I guess they can drop a life shard. 1 in 128 chance, so I don't think that's going to happen. But you know what? They are weak against fire. So they have that going for them. So we can use a little bit of AP on the Pro Dagger. 407 damage. Oh, man. You know, we're getting there. We are, in fact, getting there. Okay, I don't think there's anything on the back of the ship on this side. So, we are going to go save. Just to make things easier. Just lock in the victories that we have accrued. Okay, you can Lucky Strike me, but if you do, it doesn't matter that much. You know what I should do, actually? Nina's faster. Oh no, I'm blinded. Okay. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, Ark is goated, it turns out. Through the blind. If I gave you Do I think you're gonna get to 50 though? I can get you a speed tie, but I can't get you more than a speed tie. If I can't get better than a speed tie, it's probably not worth it. Because I think they had 50. I can get to 50 pretty easily, and I could get a little bit better than that, but I think the Robe of Wind actually increases my speed. Maybe not. Yeah, this weighs 0. This weighs 0. So we'd be looking at dropping 1 weight. So we'd have 51, which I believe is still a speed tie. I don't remember how speed ties are calculated. I think I may have at some point found that. I don't remember seeing it in the random stuff thing. That Second Advent made. But, excuse me. I could be wrong. So, we're looking for... Right, at some point I would like to test out rest, but I'm not going to do it yet. We're going to pop over here, because there was a doorway over here. And then that goes to here. And then from here, we grab this. Found some flash... Oh, wait, flash shells. Wait a second, do we have a new weapon for Momo? Oh my god. Wait, no, we have Ice Chrism equipped right now. Which is... So this is a 16 damage increase over... So we have 170... Let me take a look at... Wait, we need to open up the spreadsheet! It's spreadsheet time. Maybe it's not spreadsheet time. Okay, it is spreadsheet time. It's always spreadsheet time, right? Make amazing AI videos, blah 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 blah. Okay. Alright, so DPS calculator. We had her at 142. So what if we switch this number to 175? Let's copy down the 142 so that we can retain it for posterity. 175 puts Momo ahead of Ray. Oh, that escalated quickly. This actually puts Momo very far. Wow, this is a big difference. Holy shit! I mean, it's a 30 point difference, which makes sense. Oh no, she's the Titan belt equipped. Okay, never mind. It's not gonna be that good. Doesn't matter. I've switched the numbers back. She has the Titan belt equipped. Anybody can equip the Titan... Well, actually, not anyone can equip the Titan belt. Gar cannot equip the Titan belt, because Gar requires 2 speed boots. Well, he's not going to do that strategy anyway, because I don't have 2 speed boots. I have a 2 speed boot strategy. Well, shit. Just wait, do I need other characters to have 2 speed boots to do the thing that I wanted to do with them? I actually might. I'm actually gonna have you snooze instead. Whew! We're cutting it a bit close here. Just a little bit close. Yikeroonies. Alright, so we should be fine on EXP, I think. I hope we're fine on EXP. So are we where I think I am? We are where I think I am. Nice. Nothing. Okay. I'm gonna change something up quick. I'm actually tempted to. Oh shit. I forgot to heal. I'm tempted to switch to my wireless headset. I don't love the idea of my phone and computer competing over who gets control. Okay. Yeah, my head was meaningfully cramped. I couldn't move my head very much because I'm attached to this thing, and the cable just keeps getting shorter and shorter as it curls on itself. It says boost counter. Okay. There is an item in here. Ho ho ho. Very sneaky. So we have 2700 zenny, or 2400 zenny. I don't know how I said 7. It's actually pretty easy to say 7. I believe in me. I have that potential. I can say 7 all I want. Okay. We have about 9 grand. We actually are very low on money, which is kind of funny considering that I feel like I've been doing a lot of grinding. So is this the first time that I need a keycard? Do I need to be out here for anything? No. I'm gonna just assume the answer is kind of. The answer appears to be no. But yeah, my hope is that I have access to things like my hope is that I have access to things like skill notes once we start the ship. Which we may or may not, actually. We did just save, so we're probably fine for right now, either way. too complicated for Ark to understand. Momo is, of course, still goated. Looks like this is used to set the ship's heading. If we restart this, it'll do just what Kukui said. Looks like it's set up to go back across the sea. Though, I guess I don't need to do the exact testing from the thing anyway. I just need to... But to get this to work, we need to figure out what the boost counter is. So even if I can't actually set my abilities, I think we're fine. I can do it on the ship that we're currently on. But once we get this ship moving, this is our ship. Right? That's so I don't know if we can do it from here. Okay. Okay. I don't actually remember how long it takes to talk to her to trigger the thing. I think there might be an issue there, but we should be fine. Okay. 20. I'm gonna wait until this is 50. Oh, I guess I can just sit on it. It takes about 20 to get to and from. Maybe not, but there might be a random encounter in between. Did I do it wrong? Okay. For some reason, I thought that the actual like beeping sound would go away eventually. Hey, looks like the black ship's starting to move. Time for us to go. Sure, be careful, eh? I'm gonna take this boat back to the Machine Guild. Everybody this way, come up to the bridge. Don't worry about the monsters. They're fine. It is interesting and suspicious that the ship broke down over here. It just happened to break down. It's been traveling this way for what, hundreds of years? What was that? Road to God. To the God that Ark must meet. Looks like this ship intends to take us there. Well, I don't know about any road to God, but this ship's underway and we can't stop her now. Since we don't know how long it's going to take, well, we might as well sit back and relax. That's pretty true. I am concerned that I cannot change my party name and cannot change my skills. I need to be able to change my skills to be able to properly change the party for different, setups. It's fine if we can't just swap around willy-nilly, though. It's not a big deal. You ask why I came along? This is a fine time to ask now that we can't go back. It's like Mikba said. Even if my power and the Broods aren't quite the same level, they're like one of the same. I mean... Well, I will say, Ray, your power is more similar to the power of the Brood than it is to Mikba's power. I will say that. I'm comfortable to saying that. So if we go meet God or whatever, I can find out why such a power exists. Sounds like something happened. Let's go check it out. Alright, so it looks like it's giving us this party automatically. You can take... Can you equip... You can't equip Ascension. Oh, you poor bastard. Okay, you can't equip Ascension, so that means that we don't have to worry about that. We can give you the Heavy Dagger. We can give you Protectors, I guess. Give you... Magma... We can't give you Magma Armor if we want you to extern the boss. I want to give you the power booster that I have on right now. It's not the time for that. Ark, something's happened. We'd better go get to the bridge and talk to Momo. Do we have to fight random guys? Nah, we're fine. Also, how is everybody using this elevator if I'm holding the ID card? How is this working? You need to use the elevator. You need the ID card to use the elevator. Bookie Peiko's just imitating the alarm. Bookie? Bookie? Mo, what happened? Looks like there's something wrong with the ship. I love that in the middle of the ocean to have something wrong with the ship. Yeah, and it's probably because of something you did. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? No, look at this. Ray is really just unnecessarily mean to Momo, like, all over the place. Like, he's always talking shit to Momo. There's a problem on the upper deck. Oh my god. I just realized. So, you might think that Momo is a bunny person, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that because she has, like, floppy ears, okay? But canonically, she's from a specific tribe, and that tribe are dogs. So Ray hates Momo because he's a cat, and she's a dog. I would say they fight like cats and dogs, except Momo really just never says anything aggressive toward him. So it's like they don't fight like cats and dogs. I guess they do. No, actually, no. They do fight like cats and dogs, which is to say that the cat is constantly being a total asshole to the dog, and the dog's just being like, "Oh, why are you being mean to me, tiny creature?" And it is a tiny. Let's be clear here. Ray is nowhere near as powerful as Momo. near the front of the ship. Maybe we hit something? We should probably check it out. How can we get there, Momo? Let's see. On the other side of our rooms, looks like there's a hall that runs to the prow of the ship. The prow. I opened the door. In the hall for you. So, who's going to go? Do I have to choose here? Can I change later? If I can't change later, I actually have a problem. Because I won't be able to manipulate my party the way that I want. What we're going to do here is we're going to use a little bit of movie magic to safeguard. I don't even know how to do this. There we go. There we go. Alright. So, basically, we're picking who's coming with us to the boss fight. So, I think that the first fight, we show off, like, the bog standard strategy of throw Arc at the problem and see what happens, right? That's gonna be our first version of this, right? First variant is just throw Arc at the problem and don't worry about it. And well, there's actually 2 variants on this, so maybe I should have done the other. Well, it doesn't. No, the other variant won't work because I don't have. I don't have the Barbarossa. So I don't have the Barbarossa anyway. We can't do that variant, so we don't need to worry about it. Let's see here. So you are in a perfectly reasonable position. You do not need this. We will, in fact, just give you... We're just going to give everybody the stuff that will allow them the best opportunity to succeed here. I do also need to think, though. What do I need my speed to be? My speed, my modified speed, needs to be 56. I don't think I necessarily have enough speed for that. We're just going to unequip this, and if we do this, a 50% increase will comfortably put us over 60, which means that we just simply don't have to worry about it. So with this, we should be able to X-turn without needing any additional backup. This is important. It's also important that we outspeed Nina specifically. We don't need to just outspeed the boss, we need to outspeed our other party members. And I am not fighting any of the fights. These fights are not canon. Please! Okay. We're gonna have to heal with Momo. We can't heal with the protagonist. Now, we have a couple options for how to handle this, but I don't think we need to worry about it too much. Let's take a look here. Can we swap party members? No. Okay, I don't know that I can change party members right now. Can I do it in here? Well, I don't think I can. These beds are for the women. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. You know what? I respect it. I respect it. You know, that's pretty funny. Can you use this one? Okay, you know what? You know what? I'll take it. It is very common in games for them to be like, you know, oh, you can't do that because this is for the girls, and it's like, but the character that's trying to use it as a girl. I think it's silly. I think it's silly because it's like, okay, well, whatever, man. Like, only part of the party is going to be going in here anyway. Either way, but It's fine. Okay. So we're popping over here. Wait, do we actually have a whole fucking thing to do? Wait, is there a whole dungeon? Involved here? Oh no, there's a whole dungeon. Alright, I'm gonna probably... Do I actually have to choose the party and then I have to stick with them the whole time? We got the ivory dice. So we're gonna need those for the cannon event. That is... I'm really getting myself beat up here. I guess I should probably equip my armor until we get to the boss, huh? Momo just needs to have enough healing still in her to get. Man, I would love to be able to get through this and change party members toward the end. I didn't realize that I was going to have this much. I should have gotten a Holy Mantle. Holy Mantle would definitely speed this process up. Can we get back here within like 5 minutes? I think we don't use a Momo variant. Not for this boss. We'll use a Momo variant for the next boss. But for this boss, we don't use a Momo variant. I do want to use a Ray variant because Ray is about to start falling off hard. And I'd like to show a degree of like how you can make use of Ray without necessarily going completely all in on just praying that he doesn't get attacked. So that's the way to go, and there's an item up there that we don't need because this is not going to be maintained. Unless we can change party up there. I don't think we can. Giant crab. Okay, we'll grab the item anyway. Just see what it is. This is going to be the cannon party, by the way. This is the party that we're going to be using for the actual final fight. It's a soul gem. So we're starting with this party, and I don't think we do a Momo variant because it's too much work. I just don't want to do the extra stuff, and I don't need to show off that Momo's good, right? Like, Momo's not a very useful carry right now. She's too squishy to be, like, a really good carry, so she's not, like, a carry. And I don't really feel the need to justify Momo's existence, right? Like, whereas, like, Ray and Gar really struggle, and I'm going to struggle to find uses for them if I don't force the issue, right? So we're going to definitely do their variants, and then we will finish with the Nina variant, because the Nina variant, I think, is just kind of funny. Because I decided to just do the theory crafting with Nina, and I'm like, wait a second, oh no, but I can't change the gearing. Oh no, we can't do the Nina goat. Wait, if Nina can't get access to skilling, oh no. Oh no. Ray doesn't need skilling to do what he needs to do. I don't think Gar has the skill that he's supposed to have either, so we are going to have to go back to the previous save either way. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a second. For now, do we have the appropriate gear and the appropriate formation? I believe that we do. We are going to throw out another heal to everyone just for shits and giggles and check our equipment. You need to remove your blizzard mail because you need to have enough speed that you don't need a thing. Now, will that cause a problem defensively? No, absolutely not. You thought I was going to say yes, but I'm not actually going to say yes. No, I don't think that it causes a problem defensively. Defensively, it doesn't matter. The protagonist is going to be going into a form that is so fucking outrageously powerful and killing the enemies so quickly that I don't think if they both do a maxed out multi-strike, they can do anything. I should probably... So, the thing is, I don't actually know how this is supposed to work. Did we make it? Wait, where'd the other one go? Why is there only one? There's two on the bottom bar. Is gross the thing that gives me bonus stat? Let's go with gross. I think gross... So, is gross the thing? Let me take a look. I need to check this. Because I didn't actually calculate this using gross, but I think gross gives you... Okay, so gross gives a plus 30% to all stats except int, I believe. So I believe with this setup, and the other thing that I need to check, they're both identical, right? There's only one type of these. Yeah, there aren't two different elemental affinities. So, we tag this. Nina. Cast War Shout. Momo. Cast Might. We do not need to cast Speed. What the hell is going on with the camera? I don't think I've ever ran into this problem before. Something about the way that this is working has gone crazy with the camera. If you get the confuse off of the protagonist, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. You did not. So multi-strike comes out on the protagonist, and yes, even if they had both done that... Wait. Where the fuck is the other one? What's going on? Okay, so we get our X turn. We can do a Thunderclaw on this one, and this is probably lethal. That's not lethal. That's only 1,200 damage. Okay, we do another Thunderclaw on you, and then we do a War Shout, and we do a Might. So this is lethal, And then the other one isn't on the screen? I don't know how much damage I did on turn 1. I think there's a decent chance that a Thunder Strike or Thunderclaw would not get the job done on this second turn if I hadn't gotten that reprisal. I don't know how much damage I did. The game got very confused. But there we go. So that is what happens when you bring a dragon to a boss fight. Okay, that's the dragon variant. Let's go ahead and shall we reset? Yeah, we have to reset either way. Yeah, we just reset. We're not going to load up the save state. We're instead going to set up the other two to be... I guess they're kind of both already set up for what I need. But what I do need in addition is I need to give the protagonist War Shout. I need the protagonist to have War Shout, and I need to unequip Nina's item. Nina's armor. And with that set up, I should be able to just test a variety of different setups for this fight. But yeah, you can see, like, protagonist exploiting a vulnerability, exploiting a weakness like that, just melts these enemies. Not as easy to deal with future enemies, necessarily, but, like... pretty significant. Let me take a look here. How much damage was I supposed to do according to my calcs? According to this, on turn 1, I was supposed to do 1,600 damage. That's with 0 defense, and these do not have 0 defense. So, but even then... I feel like I was doing less damage than I would expect. On turn 2, I did about 1,300 damage, but not by that much. If we assume that I did about 3,000 damage on turn 2, then I did 800 less damage than my calc would indicate that I should be. Which is interesting. It's not the end of the world, but it does indicate that my simplified variant on the damage calculation is not necessarily sufficient to give super reliable results. So let's find out how much damage. This is the wrong party. Unfortunately, I do have to redo the thing. But I can also reload that save state, now that I think about it, to go back to the variant that we were just on. So I should have probably made another save state right before the boss. With the Nina Momo variant, so that I could just swap Nina to the front row. That would have made sense. Oh, and then I could do the same thing with... It's not a big deal. Okay, so we are going in to here. We are hitting load game. Then we're going to this save file, which has everything done except the counter, I guess. And I need to swap some stuff around. So we're going to go to our skill notes. We need to put War Shout onto the protagonist. We need to get Thunderclap on you, but Thunderclap is not what we're looking for. We need to get... What do we need to do? Double Blow. Which you don't even have anymore. Alright, we need to get Double Blow on you. Double Blow is very useful for you. I could even take Berserk if I want, which would be kind of funny. But I think that that's fundamentally unnecessary. Let's see here. Is that all I needed? Is War Shout on you? So on your round... So... Momo is casting Might. We need somebody to cast Influence. It's going to be Momo. And then... So Momo's casting Influence. And for Ray. Ray doesn't need any skills because Ray is just activating Were-Tiger. So Momo's using Influence and then Speed. We need to use Speed after Influence. We can try to get Ray up to speed with one casting of Speed. If so, then we can actually outperform the sim by a little bit. We'll see if we can make that happen. Arc has... Well, no, we're not outperforming the sim because Ray cannot be on the front line. If Ray's on the front line, he's going to die in one multi-strike. So we're not putting Ray on the front line. So he will be underperforming from that context, but he should be able to do a pretty decent job and clear through the enemies relatively fast, unless he decides to kill me, which he might end up doing. Actually, I can, depending on when he gets the kill, we might not have to worry about him killing us. We might be able to protect against Ray killing us all, which would be nice. We are going to look at our equipment, and we are going to take the Robe of Wind off. We are going to take... the other stuff doesn't matter, I don't think. We have Speed Boots on you. We have a Titan Cap and an Artemis Cap on you. And we can... Every party is going to be Momo, Arc, and one person. So let's make sure that Ray is set up in terms of gearing. Interesting. Changing party kicks you out of the room. Let's see. The enemy here is not strong against cold, is it? Are you strong against ice? You're not strong against ice. You're neutral to ice. Unfortunately, Ray does not have a lightning weapon to take advantage of here. We need... How much speed? We need the Speed Boots, but with the Speed Boots, we can comfortably X-turn with one casting of speed. And if we can do that... We unequip the Titan Belt. We give that to Ray. We give you... If we give you 50% increase off of this, that's not sufficient. So we give you light clothing. We give you protectors. This is still plenty. We have plenty of speed. We have 138 power. So this gives us an additional 10 power over what we were expecting to have. And we have an additional casting of might coming out over our expectations, I believe. I'd have to check. Okay, so what do? We save we change the party members. We're swapping Gar in. And Gar is sitting on... Are you sitting on full AP? You are. Okay. So you have 8 turns worth of attacks that you can inflict. You're going to be sitting on 0 speed. We need the protectors on everybody. We don't necessarily need... This will give you full immunity. And... I guess I don't have to worry about it that much. We'll just give you these 2 items for now. Unfortunately, the 2 of you are competing for the power thing. The power thing is more relevant for Ray than it is for Gar. Especially because Ray is going to be in the back row. So, weirdly, by default, it should be less relevant for Ray than it is for Gar, because Gar actually has a harder time capping power, in theory, but it's fine. At any rate, we are saving the game, and then we are going to swap back to Nina for clearing the rest of the dungeon. And by that, I just mean running away from everything. I'm not going to fight anything. And we'll just walk through the dungeon. We will put up another save state at the end there, and we will reload our first save state once we have... once we finish all the variants. And then that first save state... we can just clear the things out and have Nina go for the win. That's the idea. I wonder if maybe I could have changed my party by talking to Momo. If I can change my party by talking to Momo, I'm going to be very embarrassed. But I doubt I can use everything. Maybe we do a Momo variant, since we are going to have her... We've made the save state. And we can make a save state that's closer. Looks like a control mechanism for the ship, but it's too complicated for this fucking loser to understand it. But yeah, the nice thing is that we will not need to do multiple setups now. This is the last time that we have to do this. We'll just do what Cookie said. Looks like it's set up to go back across the sea. But to get this to work, we need to figure out what the boost counter is. I think I saw something like that on the deck below. I actually like this one too. It requires a lot of waiting. Boost stat. And you don't hear the noise right now, but it's started right now. So while we're going through this whole sequence, it's already started. But you don't hear the noise giving you the indicator until you've checked the actual device. Last time we got here at 20, this time we got here at 27, because we're very, very smooth and fast. Okay. I'm gonna wait until 60. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Y'all thought I fucked it up, didn't you? Y'all thought it.
Probably not. Hey, looks like the black ship's starting to move. Time for us to go. Sure, be careful, eh? I'm gonna take this boat back to the Machine Guild. Everybody this way. Come up to the bridge. Good times, good times. So we have this cutscene again, and then we basically just have to save at the character select screen. We will miss out on having the Titan belt on Gar unless we can change our party around again. And if we didn't have to redo this, because I just needed to talk to Momo, but it's going to be really... Wait, we can't have talked to Momo, because... we had Momo in the party. It can't be that we need to talk to Momo. I feel like there should be a way to change my party, though, right? What was that? The road to God. To the God that Ark must meet. Okie dokie. Don't that just beat all? Well, don't know about... I can't believe I just realized that it's a cats and dogs thing. I mean, part of it is that, like, Momo is not obviously a dog, right? Like, I think you have to have played the previous games to guess that she's a dog, right? Like, she doesn't look like a dog. Having an argument with Honey, who does not talk. It's also kind of crazy to ask Ray this, considering that, like, Ray has no actual, like, connections or people other than us. Like, it's much more crazy to think that Momo would want to come along. Like, why is Momo coming along? Why is Peiko coming along? So, something's happened. We better get to the bridge and talk to Momo. Time to go. ID check required. That's my interpretation, is that like Peiko is like doing the siren. Looks like there's something wrong with the ship. Beep boop, beep. Oh, great, now we got beeping in the house. There's a problem on the upper deck, near the front of the ship. Maybe we hit something? Has Momo actually screwed anything up since the very beginning? Like, when she was doing that experiment, she did cause an explosion, but I don't know that that was necessarily a catastrophic failure. I feel like that was maybe an intended thing to happen. Especially considering that Honey walked outside and held their ears. Like, that kind of implies that there was the expectation that it was going to explode, but though that doesn't necessarily mean that that expectation was born out of it being intention. Whoops. Picked the wrong party. Can I change my party? It's like we're not sinking or anything like that, but if we did hit something, we better be careful. Too many collisions and we could be in real trouble. Please let me change Bukira. Ooh. Prow's up that way, isn't it? Hopefully there's nothing there, but no. You gotta let me change the party. Okay, fine. Well, it's a good thing that I saved. Give me a second. No, this is the incorrect party. What are you doing? It does not look like I can change my party willy-nilly here. So since I can't change my party willy-nilly, we are just going to go back to this screen. And from here, let's try Ray first. I think that Ray is kind of like an interesting one. I'm curious to see how the Ray fight goes. So we are probably going to want to do what formation? Do we do attack formation with Arc in the front to absorb damage? I think we maybe do. I think that's how we handle this. So we're basically doing attack formation, but we're not putting Ray at the front of it, because if we put Ray at the front of attack formation, he's going to die in a second. He cannot handle being in the front of attack formation. Luckily, he doesn't need it that much, because he does have an absolutely astronomical amount of base power. So, like, the attack formation isn't that beneficial to him. I say that, but, like, it takes a while for him to build up to maximum strength without it. You'll see how, like, there's going to be a big difference between the Ray variant and the Arc variant here. They're not the same fight by any stretch of the imagination. And we could even make a save state to just test a few different strategies with it. But my goal here really, there's a book here. This wasn't here before. Okay, well, we can save the game. So we don't need to worry about save states. We're golden. Well, we're still gonna use save states for some of this stuff, maybe. Do we? I don't think that we even need to, honestly. So basically, this means that I have wasted some time redoing all of that, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. So, you are the correct formation for this particular section of what we're doing. We will throw out a heal to Momo. Is Momo wearing the best gear? Let's give you a high boots. Wait, you don't have the HE shot? Why don't you have the HE shot? Fuck. Where was the HE shot? It's fine. Hopefully we can still backtrack to it. I should have checked this shit. Oh no. What have we missed? Oh no. My assumption is that I just didn't come in here. Everything should be done prior to this point. So we can't use that save state that we created at the other side, but this save state should be fine. There should not be anything else that we can't access right now. That we are missing out. Okay, we're fine. Let's go save the game. And we'll just have to use this as the variant. We have... Yes, the one thing that we will need to change, actually, we can't use that we couldn't use that save state anyway. The one thing that we'll need to change, which we maybe should have already done, but it's fine, I'm not going to worry about it, is if we wanted to do testing on a Momo variant, but I just don't feel the need to do a Momo variant. Momo isn't very good for this fight. The reason I'm doing a Nina version is just because it's really funny how good Nina is for this fight. Like, Nina is surprisingly strong for this, unless I've done something wrong. Unless I've got something incorrect in the mechanics, which is entirely possible. Like, I'm off by like 800 damage on the simulation for how much the protagonist should do, which the defense value of the enemy is not high enough to justify being off by that much damage. So that there's, I mean, part of it's variant. There's variance, so there's that as well. There is damage variance, but so maybe it's literally just defense and then variance. I don't know if variance can make you do more damage or if it's only a downward pressure, but we'll see. At any rate, we're just running straight through to, I guess we go here, and then, yeah, we go right to here, and then we go up here. There's an item down there that we're not getting because this is not canon. And I think I will check David's guide to check the item lists and just make sure that I didn't miss anything important while I'm in here. I know I am spending a lot of time in this dungeon, and do I need to go center? No, right? But actually, yeah, this just rotates around. Yeah, sticking to the walls actually helps lower the encounter rate in this game. And in addition, I believe it also reduces the number of enemies on average you're going to run into per encounter. You're basically limiting the number of enemies that fit on like a clean angle away from you. Okay, so where the hell am I going? Just rotating around this, getting up on top, I guess. I don't think the giant crabs have anything that I need to worry about. It occurs to me that I do need to steal from these in the final battle with them. Looks like something's hit the bow. Okay, we will use Rejuvenate. And then we need to just do a final check of our formation and gear. In terms of formation, Ray is not at the front. Should we put Ray at the front for this and just make a save state? Let's you know what? Let's do it. Let's see what happens if we make a save state, and then we try this battle out with Ray in the front of the formation, and go like just as hard with it as we can. The intention here... You can't cast speed, though. Shit. I have messed something up. I needed to put influence onto Arc. I am going to hope that Ray doesn't kill me. No, I will play it safe. This is not going to be optimal play for Ray. Ray is not going to get an X turn on turn 1. Ray should get an X turn on turn 1. Will not get one because I am an idiot. But don't worry about it. So what should be happening on turn 1 is Momo casts Speed and Arc casts Influence. That's what should be happening turn 1. And then on turn 2, we're just casting might spells continuously from there. I think I'm not going to fall back at all. I think I'm just going to chill. You know what? No, I'm going to play with this because I'm very curious about this. Because you never get any practice at this mechanic. And should I just keep pressing back? No. All right. I have no idea how this is supposed to work. Okay, so you are going to Were-Tiger. You are going to cast War Shout. You are going to cast Influence. I would love to not cast Influence and to instead go crazy with it, but no, unfortunately we do need to cast it. Going with casting Speed and then getting 2 turns from Ray before anything else happens would be very funny. Okay, Tsunami is actually a status effect. Okay, that's not on Ray. That's actually really good that didn't go off on Ray. So we're gonna see how much damage Ray does in this next turn. So, yes, sir. So, turn 2. We probably should keep people alive rather than cast another war shout, right? No, we'll just cast another war shout. It's fine. What's the worst that can happen? We cast speed on Ray. Ray goes in, gets a 600 damage hit. That is non-crit. We do not get the ability to do X turns this fight. And you can kind of see that everything's already fallen to shit. We don't get X turn, so... The tsunami comes out. Ray is immune to that. And we probably wipe it. Because if a multi-strike comes out of arc, it's probably gonna kill. And I was correct that a multi-strike on Ray could just straight up kill Ray. Okay. If the third hit had hit, we would have died there. Let's go ahead and cast Rejuvenate on Ray. And, oh right, the Influencer's dead. The Influencer's dead. Oh man. This is funny. Okay, well, the Rejuvenate comes out, so Ray is still alive for this turn. I need you to, like, crit or something, man. Alright, we will cast Ray's Dead and try to get Momo back up. That was scary. Come on, give me something. Give me something useful. Tsunami's fine. Just miss everybody, please. Okay, or don't. It's fine. Not multi-strike. Okay, well you kill Ray, and then we cast Ray's Dead. Ray's dead. He sure is. And then we cast Cure on Ray. You can kind of see why it is that I have a fairly low opinion of the Were-Tiger strats. They're just not... Ray doesn't really have the stats to be hanging out on the front line, but he doesn't really have the damage, even in Were-Tiger, to, like, clean things up quickly, and things kind of fall apart very rapidly. Now, this fight could have gone a lot better if Momo hadn't died at the exact moment that she had. We're actually gonna load state to throw out another attempt with this pack, because I feel bad. Ray did not get the opportunity to actually show off what he can do because Momo died. And Momo dying isn't exactly his fault. Because he was in the front row, so... Now, if a multi-strike had come out to Ray instead, it would have just killed Ray. But that's beside the point. Don't this just beat all? You mean we gotta fight up here? We can't even stand up straight. Let's fall back till we reach the middle of the deck. Should be easy to fight there. Alright. We're gonna give this one more attempt with Ray, and then I'm probably just gonna be quitting in disgust. And then we'll move on to what's his name? To Gar. Oh, you're not in the front row this time. Okay, well, if you're not in the front row, that does make my life a lot easier. You are going to Were-Tiger. Yep. No, that won't work. Okay, yes, we are Were-Tigering, we are War Shouting, and we are casting. You know what? I believe in you, Ray. I believe you wouldn't hurt your own party, would you, Ray? You would have hurt your own party with glasses, would you? Okay. Okay, that was real fucking close. Is Ark not equipped with armor or something? What the fuck's happening? Okay, right, now I need you to go for one turn without killing either of the other party members, please. Actually, technically I need you to go 2 turns. Okay, so 333 damage might not seem like a lot of damage. And I bet you thought that there was going to be a follow. I bet you thought I was going to follow that up, huh? Oh shit, I'm casting Might instead of casting Influence. I needed to cast it. I have 2 more turns that he's going to go through here. Okay, that's embarrassing for you, Ray. How's Arc hitting for 240 damage? That's just embarrassing. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. Like, I don't know how else to put that other than that's rough, buddy. Okay, you gonna? Okay, that's great. So it will. Ray will actually kill that target now, and then we can follow it up with the next thing. But yeah, this is probably like the best case scenario for how to use Ray. If you put Ray on the front line, he's so squishy that like he's just not going to survive anything, right? Like Ark being alive right now is virtue of the fact that he's quite strong. He's quite durable. Like we have a lot of gear going into keeping us alive. Wait a second. I could order a ring of ice onto Momo. Wait a second, though. Okay. Actually, though, you know that thing where I said that this is the best case scenario? This is actually the best case scenario for us. So we need to cast the Influence. Ray can't kill us. Because Ray's using an ice weapon. So, even when swapping... Ooh. Oh, wait, that's ice. Even when swapping, right, Ray still actually can't... Even without this influence, Ray couldn't, like, kill us with that. So, that's good to know. We haven't seen a single crit from Ray yet, which is real unfortunate, because, like... It's not... It's not great to not crit for you, but this is a strategy that can work, right? Like you can see that there's like some potential to this strategy. The issue with this strategy is that it's so finicky to make it work, and Ray isn't really strong enough to pull it off comfortably. Is I think on a fundamental level the issue that you run into trying to do a strategy like this. Like, you've seen that I've had to devote a huge amount of time to not buffing Ray. Because, like, he can't be in the front row, so he doesn't get the benefit of being in the front row. And he, because if he's in the front row, he definitely would have died there if I put him in the front row. And he just doesn't have enough multipliers, right? Like, he could get some more multipliers in theory, because, as an example, if that enemy was weak against ice... actually, I don't need to load a state now, I just need to restart. So anyway, that's an example of, like, using Ray. And it's not the best case scenario for Ray.
The issue is that the best case scenario is like maybe the slug boss, because if you give Ray the fire damage weapon, he can do a shit ton of damage, and you can make your party immune to his damage. So that's a clutch thing about that, is that you can actually make your party immune to Ray's damage, and then you're safe. Like, you're just like, okay, yeah, I'm fine, actually. As long as my party's immune to his damage type, he can't kill you. Though, obviously, when your DPSer spends a turn not DPSing, that's not optimal. But yeah, so there is, I think, an okay example of the shenanigans Ray can get up to. But you can see that, like, I wasn't able to... My goal was to, like, buff the ever-loving crap out of him. That's the goal with these carries, is to, like, start spamming War Shout, to start spamming all of these damage boosters. And I wasn't really able to do that with Ray. So he was doing about 400 damage per turn, and he was getting X turns. So he's getting about 800 damage per turn by the end of that fight. Right, so let's bring out Gar instead. And did we grab the HE thing and then save, or did we grab the HE thing and then be done? That's the real question. It wasn't HE, it was Flash Shells. Okay, so we're bringing in Gar. Gar needs to be at the front of an attack formation, and also needs to have the thingamabobber. Needs to have the thing from Ray. Ray has the power belt, so we're going to grab the power belt off of Ray, because I forgot to do that. We do not need the thinger. So Thunder... I think that the boss's attack is a status attack, not a Thunder attack. I think Tsunami is a status attack. So I think that Gar will be completely immune to that. Gar does not need the speed belt, because unless he has 2 speed belts, I cannot get him faster than the X turn threshold. If he has 2, he can. And if he has 2, his theoretical damage output is actually stronger than Ray's theoretical damage output. If I give him the 2 belts and sort of like maximize his... if I maximize for his damage output, he's actually got a theoretically higher damage output than Ray does right now. With this setup, he should, in theory, be substantially slower than Ray, but we might see that with this setup, because this setup's much more stable, we might actually just get better results. Like, crazily enough. We might just get more damage out of Gar here per turn, because he's just able to consistently hit for, like, 800 to 1,000 damage per turn, starting from, like, turn 1, and he will cap out very quickly. Whereas with Ray, like, we got, like, a damage boosted, and then there's, like... Then there's, like, him do it, like... There's the possibility of him attacking a random character, at least on 1 turn. Like, it's like a whole thing. So, we had a very chaotic and hectic fight when we were using Ray. And my hope, and it's not a guarantee, but my hope is that the Gar fight will be much smoother. Because Gar is a lot tankier. But it's also possible that it doesn't matter that Gar's tankier, because somebody else ends up being the one taking the damage, right? If Momo starts taking damage, then that hurts me. I still can't believe that I got a reprisal on Arc and hit for 240 while Ray was hitting for 330. That was so embarrassing. That was so embarrassing. And the reason for that is that, like, Ray's attack power is like 130, and our attack power is 175. And at the front row of an attack formation, you have an additional 50%. So, like, the difference between Ray with the 300% modifier and Arc with a 50% modifier is not that big. Right? That's one of the issues that Ray runs into for right now. Eventually, Ray will lose that problem because Ray will have no reason to be in the front row. But when Ray starts capping out in damage output, you then run into the question of like, oh, okay, well, Ray's capping out in damage, but everyone else is just doing... Everyone else can continue scaling past the point where he stopped. So, like, that's the one big issue there. So, I don't have protectors or anything on you. Do I have another light bangle? I do. Okay, you're gonna get a light bangle. I think that makes sense. And then you're fine. Don't worry about it too much. So we're using the Beast Spear. The Gigantus, unfortunately, is not a Thunder weapon the way that the other thing is. So let's go ahead and, just in case we get some very bad RNG and like Momo goes down at the start of the fight, let's just give Guard the same grace to have a problem that we gave to Ray. We can equip the Blizzard Mail on you because... you don't need to worry about speed. So you have 145 base defense, and we can continue on. We basically need 2 turns of might boosts to cap out. We're not going to quite cap out with 2, but the goal is to basically just cast might boosts twice. Gar's not properly equipped. We need to change one piece of equipment. And he doesn't have the Artemis cap. He needs the Artemis cap equipped. Gar only has 90% accuracy. So with the Artemis cap, he is going to have 100% accuracy. Which is important. I do think that failure states, like, as an example, Ray being able to just kill your party, which cannot be done because we just equip a ice weapon and then make everyone immune to ice. But getting ourselves but also Gar just missing 10 times in a row ends the fight in a bad. That's like a bad end, right? So we don't need speed, so we cast Might on you, and then we swap your gear. Because you don't need the light bangle, you need the Artemis cap. So you now have 100% accuracy. This is important because you're not using Shadow Walk. Double Blow hits twice for 80% damage. That is a lot of damage on Gar. God damn. If we get 2 of those, Gar might go down here before we even get a turn. Okay, this is on the Arc. That's on Gar, and we did we not have the protectors equipped on yet? Okay. I don't know who Gar's going to be hitting, but we are going to be hitting whoever we're hitting very hard. This is concerning. This is why we save save. That is a 385 damage hit. Oh boy. You know what? I do not have Remedy on this character. I do not have Raised Dead on this character. So I maybe needed to change my gear a bit. Did I have the thing equipped? I think I did, right? This is with the light bangle equipped, I think. Please don't come on. So he's doing 450 damage with a base attack. God damn it, Gar. Okay, so Gar is currently doing, with a normal attack, about the same amount of damage that Ray was doing in Were Tiger, which, bear in mind, that does mean that he has half the DPS, because he is not getting X turns. And as long as he's not getting X turns, that's a big deal. However, with that, he's doing about 600. He's not doing quite as much as
as Ray would be doing. But he's doing a pretty good amount of damage there. We're to see what happens here. I think that Gar does have the light bangle equipped, so please, for the love of God, resist the fucking attack. Okay. I think this just costs us the turn. This is the actual other problem that with being slow, is that if you get confused, you do. We don't have. We have the protectors equipped. We have been confused twice in a row through protectors. That's pretty rough. I don't know what the odds are of that, but to be fair, we also have gotten incredibly good luck on these multi-strikes. If you confuse... Okay. It's fine for Momo to be confused. That's fine. I need to get a double blowout, okay? Momo did not get confused because she actually has the light bangle equipped. Actually, we had already gotten one. Okay, so we've now gotten 2 of those out. We need maybe 1 more of those. Can I actually... I'm not going to try for X turns. I don't think. You know what I'm going to try for? I'm going to try for Protect to keep Gar healthy for longer. I would love for Gar to be able to actually take a hit. Dangerous. Okay. We technically survived. So we get the Protect off. Unfortunately, Gar did not reprisal. We get the double blow off. Is this lethal? This is lethal. So we only have 1 boss left. We did not die. We did not die to that effect. Concerning. Okay, and that's GG. I don't think Momo can carry the fight for the rest of the fight, but that also goes kind of against the purpose of what we're trying to do here. So, there you go. The carry strat with Gar, not great if he gets confused and immediately kills one of his supports. It would have been fine actually if he had killed his other support, but he did not. You know what? Considering how that fight went, I think that I'd rather miss and keep the light bangle equipped. You know what? I think I made a mistake. That's on me. I knew the boss could cast Confuse, and I just didn't respect the Confuse. The Confuse has like 70-something... It's like a 2/3 chance. It's like a 10 in 16 chance, whatever that calculates out to, of targeting Gar. So, but like I had the Protectors. I'm like, I'm fine. I've got the Protectors, but I think the Protectors are only like a +1. I think the light bangle is a +3. So we should be immune to Confuse with both of these things equipped at once, to be clear. So we'll see what happens. And I think I'm actually, because I would like to do this fight in a way that's a bit more reliable, what we're going to do is we're going to start with Shield, and we're going to follow up that Shield with Might from you. And we're only going to have 1 character buffing the Might stat instead of 2. This should make things a bit more stable, and will probably overall increase the DPS. Like, getting the shields out, it makes a huge difference in damage taken. Gar has very good defense, but isn't benefiting from that defense as much as he should be, because of the fact that we're not using shield anymore. So we're doing about 500 damage on turn 1, and we are going to shield again, and we're going to might again, and then we are going to double blow again. So multi-strike comes out. This is a miss, followed by 2 weak hits. Shield comes out. This should be sufficient to make everyone able tank these hits, fine. And if you just keep multi-striking Arc, that sounds great for me. You're going to go ahead and crit for 167. See, Gar is supposed to be the carry here, and he's doing a shit ton of damage, and Arc is doing 167. This is how it's supposed to go. It's not supposed to go the other way, where Arc is doing similar damage to Gar. This is the way. Okay, so we go ahead and War Shout. Now, is that in large part because of the fact that I specifically was using Might and not War Shout? Don't worry about it. So, we're going to cap out our damage here. A double multi-strike could kill here. If the other one gets a max multi-strike on Gar, it's going to be real funny. I knew it was possible to die on this turn, but the chances of it are very slim. But the chances now are not nearly as slim as they were a second ago. That first thing is what needed to happen to make it possible. Tsunami comes out. I think we're broadly just immune to this. I don't have to worry about it. I think Art can take damage from it. Momo can apparently take damage from it. Double Blow comes out. So now we're doing about 760 damage per turn. We're now at the point where we're doing similar amounts of damage to... Actually, I can do it that way. Arc is going to cast a Rejuvenate on Momo, and Momo is going to cast a Rejuvenate on Gar. And I am going to swap to... I need speed boots on these characters, actually. That would make my life a lot simpler, but it's fine. So, we double blow. This will probably kill this Ammonite now. I think we've done enough. Turns run turn, what, 4 or something like that? So, with the immunity to confuse on Gar, and just slowing down the pace of the battle by using shields off the bat, we can basically get things into a more stable position and then just start going crazy, which is good. But yeah, this is a perfectly serviceable strategy. Like, this gets the job done, right? You just buff the shit out of Gar, and he will carry you to victory slowly but surely, right? And it's not that slowly, right? Like, he's going to 3-shot this boss. That's going to take 3 turns. If we had double speed boots, we could do a double speed boot strategy for Gar, and that double speed boot strategy would be very solid. Blizzard comes out, which kills Gar because I didn't give him the armor? Question mark? Isn't he supposed to have the Blizzard Mail equipped? What just happened? I didn't save the fact that I gave you the Blizzard Mail. That's entirely on me. Because he's actually weak against ice, I think. Whoopsies! That's on me. That's not on Gar. The Gar should not have died there. There was no reason for Gar to die to a Blizzard. Now, was there any reason for Momo to die to a Blizzard? No, not that either. Also, I can't make you immune. Blizzard Mail doesn't make you immune to Blizzard. Huh, good to know. Okay, you took a shit ton of damage there. Alright, Momo is going to heal Momo. And you're going to double strike. I think we can pull this out, but I'm actually not positive. If the boss outspeeds and gets a Blizzard off before... Are you just... Yeah, so Momo's down here. We need one more round of this to be able to kill. So, you know what? That's fine. We strip, we're faster than the boss, we don't have to worry about the boss outspeeding me at this point. We cast a Rejuvenate on Gar, and Gar takes lethal. Gar's doing about 800 damage, so we have about 400 extra damage available here. Oh!
Double miss? Double miss? Wow. You fucking kidding me? Okay, so not the smoothest fight you've ever seen in your life. But we do pick up the win here. Between the two fights, I do think that this fight is a bit of a smoother fight than the fight using Ray. But it's not that far away from each other. They're not that dissimilar. Ray and Gar, at this point, like, pick your poison kind of deal, right? Obviously, Arc killing it in like 2 turns, and there's no room for anything to go wrong. And that's not actually true. If I did it the way that I just did it, it could have gone wrong because they could have cast Confuse on me. What I should have done was, instead of using the final thing to be Thorn, that should have been Shadow. If it's Shadow, then I can't be confused. If you add Shadow to basically any form, you're immune to status effects. It also weakens your ability to be healed. But why would you need to be healed in Dragon form? If you die, you just revert. Okay, so we are ready for the cannon fight. I could do a fight using Momo as well, but I don't really feel like bothering. So we are going to do the cannon battle, which is going to involve... I forgot to switch Shadow Walk over to Nina. So we are going to use an additional skill link to make that happen. And you need War Shout. Do I move the steel? Yeah, I'll move the steel. Wait, is the cannon fight going to be... No, it's not. Well, the cannon fight, I think, is probably just going to be the protagonist doing it, because that will allow me to steal with her. You know what? No. That's... You know what? She's going to focus... I would like to show how quickly she can kill the boss. Should I give her Berserk? She has so many multipliers. Berserk would be kind of helpful for the others. Berserk on her, I think, would be actually insane. I'm going to give her Berserk. And we're going to see how it goes. We're going to give her Shadow Walk. So Nina's getting Berserk. She's getting Shadow Walk. She's going to kind of go a bit crazy here. Don't worry about it. Okay. Berserk triples your power. So what we're looking for right now is to cast Speed on Nina once and have that be sufficient. And I don't know if we can get there with her weapon that she needs. So we'll check. I would love for her to be able to just have one speed cast and get X turns. Let's check what Ray's equipped with. These are both things that she needs. Does he have anything else that she needs? Yes. Protectors should help you. Okay. And yeah, we're going to do the Nina fight very methodically. We're basically just going to dismantle the boss. We're going to accomplish all of our core objectives. And just systematically make the boss fall apart. We're not going to try for like a max DPS strategy. We're just going to, once we pull the trigger on killing the boss falls over dead. Right? That's the idea here. So we are going to change back to Nina. So yes, this is going to be the canon version of this fight. This, by the way, is not something that Nina will be able to consistently do. This is not Nina being like, oh my god, Nina's so crazy powerful. This is elemental weapons are very, very strong, and Shadow Walk is very, very strong. So, to give an idea, Gar is using an attack that gives a modifier of 0.8 per hit. And hitting twice, right? He's very susceptible to losing damage to defense, so he's losing 50 damage per hit to defense. So he's losing a considerable amount of damage because he's losing an additional 50 damage over just a straight 1.6 damage attack. So that's something to bear in mind, is that he's losing some damage output to that. The Ray is using a normal attack. So the normal attack Ray is using has a modifier of 1. Right? Ray is not using a elemental Bane weapon, neither is Gar. They're not using a Bane weapon in terms of like typing Bane. They're just using standard. So both of them have a multiplier of between 1 and 1.6. Nina is going to be using Shadow Walk. And she's using a Thunder Rod, which is an electric weapon. And these enemies are weak against electric. So what's going to happen here is that her 125 power is pretty considerable. And and by pretty considerable, I mean it's kind of garbage. It's basically the same damage that Ray is getting, right? But whereas Ray is getting, in the best case scenario, a 1.5 times modifier and then a 3 times modifier, Nina is getting a 1.5 times modifier and then a 4 times modifier, right? And they have basically identical power stats right now, which is very funny. But then in addition to that, she's also, she's way tankier, so she's going to be able to get... So first of all, Ray wasn't able to actually get all of those modifiers. Shit, I saved over the wrong file. Welp, we're locked in. We're on the boat. We're not turning back, folks. There is no returning from here. It's all good. We're fine. Okay, this is the canon event. We're golden. Don't worry. So... we're not even... Excuse me. Excuse me. I don't want to fight these right now. So, anyway, the basic gist is that this situation should be one where we have enough durability off the bat to pull out the speed boost and War Shout combo on turn 1. And then on subsequent turns, we might even be able to keep it up. Now, with that being said, Nina currently does not have status immunity. She's not immune to the stats. I could unequip the Titan Belt, and I probably should replace the Titan Belt with a Light Bangle. And you should get a Light Bangle as well. And you can get the Bucklers. So we're completely immune to status effects with this combination, I think. Or not the Bucklers, the Protectors. And you can also get protected. So the two of you are completely immune to status effects, and you're just gonna, cry in a corner or whatever. Do I have, like, white sandals? Seemingly no. I'm gonna give you a different weapon. You're not attacking right now, so what if I gave you a wind sword that makes you a little bit faster? Can you use Blizzard Mode? Can you use an Ice Shield? Okay, Nina has crazy amounts of... Yeah, you don't need to worry about it. You take this. Where's our Ice Ring? There's our Ring of Ice. Perfect. So Ice Ring goes on you. You are immune to ice. You are not immune to ice, but you're also extremely tanky. So we should be fine here. I'm not super concerned. Do we cast... Yeah, let's just toss out a couple rejuves just to make sure that we don't lose stuff. Where am I? We're going this way first. We got the ivory dice. Okay, give me a second, actually. I'm going to pull up the thing. Just to make sure that I'm not missing anything on... the back end here. I think there's only 2 items back here, right? We got protectors, we got ascension, we got a light bangle, we got the flash cells, we got the 2400 Zenny. I don't know if we got an ammonia or not. I'm not going to worry about it. I may or may not have gotten it. I should have been checking, but I knew that this was going to be a really long section. So I should probably make just a cut version of this, where it's just the Ammonite fights cut together. I might end up deciding to do that. 7? Oh, I love to see it. Nina has almost 200 AP right now. Kind of insane. Yeah, those who feel bad for Momo not getting the ability to shine here, Momo's going to get the chance to shine in upcoming bosses. And you'll note that we've been using Momo every single fight. She has been our support in every fight. Even though Nina is higher level and is, like, tankier, the fact that Nina doesn't get speed, which she does because she has the ability to just use that item, but I forgot about that. Don't worry about it. Momo is really good. She's made weaker by the fact that the wind robe exists, okay? But also I don't know if so she's made worse by the fact that the wind robe exists. I will acknowledge this. However, she's still real good. She has the ability to heal. We've been throwing out dual healing and shit like that. Now, will Momo eventually fall behind because other people will start gaining the ability to heal? Yes. However, we're not in that position yet. We're in the position where the speed is no longer unique, but the full package of Momo will continue to be really good with her. She's just a great character. The number of times that I have felt like, oh, I really want to bring Momo along, even though she's still level 10, is considerable. It's like, everybody else is like level 20, and I'm like, yeah, but Momo is probably my best bet for this particular fight. She's just a real solid character, you know? She's just pretty good. That's not true. She's not just pretty good. She's just amazing. She's a real good character. Real solid. And you need her for, like, everything. She better be good, considering that you don't need to bring Nina for shit. You need to bring Momo to, like, every encounter in the damn game. The whole game is about interacting with ancient technology that nobody understands except Momo. It's kind of funny because of the fact that, like, we objectively could not do any of the shit that we're up to if Momo was like, you know what, man, I'm gonna just like hang out at home. I'm not really interested in all this weird dragon shit. So y'all do you. I'm gonna go back to my tower. Like, if she just decided to go home, it would end this immediately. Like, she just has to be here to do literally anything. It's pretty funny. Because, like, if you think about the other characters, right, like, Gar is the one who, like, basically gets us to be doing this shit, right? So, like, you could say that narratively Gar is necessary because, like, he's there for, like, the impetus to bother doing any of this bullshit. But, like, from a perspective of, like, like, oh, we need him along. We don't need Gar for shit. Right? Like, he's just not that important to like, our ability to do anything. Because he's just not that bright. He doesn't really know anything. He's just, like, a religious zealot. And so he doesn't know anything. He doesn't understand anything about his god. So because he doesn't understand anything about his god, and he doesn't know anything about what's going on, really, he just has the propaganda. And he doesn't have any particular skills. He's like, okay, yeah, you can move big objects, but, like, you can walk around a bit. You can, generally speaking, get around a big object. Like, in the game mechanics, you need him to move rocks around and shit like that, right? But if you're thinking, like, narratively, the times that we're moving those big rocks around, someone could just be jumping from rock to rock. Like, someone like Ray could be just jumping from rock to rock. Similarly, anytime we're picking a lock, we could just be breaking the door down. Right? So, like, Ray and Gar are both, like, unnecessary in the same vein as each other, right? They, like, both of them are contributing something to the party that is fundamentally not unique. Okay, we're casting speed on Nina. We're casting double shield. Goal here is just to trivialize their damage output ASAP. That's a 27, which is not trivialized. We cast another shield. They'll do minimum damage from now. At least on Nina. Not necessarily on people like Momo. But Momo's taking very little damage as well. So, we're now very safe. We've got the double shields out. And Nina is getting X turns. So, we're not going to Berserk. We are, in fact, going to steal, because we actually need to steal from both of them. We haven't done any stealing in any of the fights, because these have not been canon events. But we do, in fact, need to steal. So let's go ahead and get the charms out, and the steals out, and start spamming Might on Nina, so that we can get this resolved. So we got the first charm. I don't think it's terribly difficult to steal from them. And once we get the first steal done, we will kill the first target. I think. Oh man, this is fun. I don't even know what the animation for this looks like. Okay, we stole the Moon Tears. Oh, is that what we get out of you? I thought we got something else. We steal Moon Tears from you? Oh, I didn't need to steal from you at all. I mean, I guess I'm going to anyway, but I don't think I actually needed to do this. Okay, Momo's going to rejuve on Arc. Keep Arc alive. We get the steal. Okay, that steal fails. We get the charm off. We are playing things nice and casual here. I should probably kill that first enemy. But I do think it's funny to do it this way, where I steal from both, because if I steal from both, then I have the ability to... Okay, that's funny. If I steal from both, then I have the ability to start hitting harder on my first attack. Okay, we can now do a steal, and then
we don't have any pressing business. We're actually doing a War Shout and a Might this turn. And then we'll start healing again next turn. I don't think that there's a possibility for Nina to die here. She cannot get her HP halved. So I would need to get 2 max rank multi-strikes to be concerned. But even then, I don't think I'm concerned. I think 2 max multi-strikes, because multi-strike is a random number of attacks between 1 and 3. 2 3-hit multi-strikes I don't think will kill me. And she's not immune to Blizzard, actually. When I think about it. So I do have to be a little bit more concerned, but that's fine. Okay, we've stolen both the items. We've got Charm on both of them. Now, do we Berserk? I'm gonna Berserk. This lasts for 3 turns. Okay. Oh shit! It actually berserks you. Wait a second, though. Oh no. I'm in trouble. I forgot. I was just thinking it increases my attack power. Oh no. This will overall increase my damage if she doesn't kill me. Wait. Shit. Oh shit! I forgot! Okay, so this isn't even that big of a damage increase, because she's not going to be shadow walking, but that's okay. I think you are going to throw a Rejuvenate on Nina, and Momo is going to equip... If I fucking die here, it's going to be so funny. I did not do the thing. 1,331 is not what I need from you to accomplish my core objectives. I need to be one-shotting with you. God, I need... Unfortunately, you can't reprisal either. We do get the influence off. As long as she attacks the boss for the next 2 turns, we're fine. If she doesn't attack the boss for the next 2 turns, I might be in trouble, but as long as she attacks the boss, we're fine. Okay? We've got the influence. We've got Momo healed. We're fine. Everything's fine. I shouldn't have berserked. We should have just used Shadow Walk. But this X turn is when this boss goes down, and then we win. Don't use Berserk. It triples your attack power, but it does in fact Berserk you. Fun fact. Yes, sir! 1,400 damage. You know, not terrible. Not too shabby. So, Arc becomes level 22. We get 4 points of agility, 5 attack power. Ooh. Oh, 5 and 3. Ooh. It's so good. It's so good. Alright, so mission successful. We have cleared those out. For some reason, I thought that you could steal fish heads from them. Maybe they just drop fish heads? Let's see here. Do they have that as a drop or something? They don't. I don't know why I thought that you could get fish heads from these. But it doesn't really matter. So that is the canonical version of the fight where we make Nina turn into a were-tiger for no reason. Berserk basically Berserk is functionally identical to were-tiger, except it will kill you after 3 turns. That's the only difference between using Berserk and using were-tiger. They both triple your attack power and force you to just attack, and you have to influence to direct who they're going to hit, and they might kill your own party, right? However, one has a 3-turn limit, the other does not, right? That's the big difference. So, Nina with the Berserk win.
Finally, after several days' travel, the ship completed its crossing of the ocean. Let's go. Yeah, you get a shit ton of EXP for that boss. That boss is concerning. I like how the back of the ship is still damaged. And brought them to a place heretofore unknown to them. Heretofore unknown. We finally made it. Doesn't look like too much different from our side, does it? Who knows? Maybe there's monsters here the size of the black ship. At any rate, we're in the new world now. We'd all best keep on our toes. Okay, so we bring in the same party that we've been using. We have the ability to start leveling up and doing things now. I have no idea what I'm going to be doing from here because I don't remember. I didn't really think things through past the Ammonite battle. But I'm glad that we did the Ammonite battle that way. I hope that people enjoy the seeing like the different strategies and like how they kind of compare. Obviously, you can just walk in with Ryu and say, "Hello, I'm Ryu. I'm level 21. I might be 5 levels under-leveled. I'm still going to kill you in 2 turns." Right? You can just do that with Ryu. But that's not the only way that you can do things, and other ways also kind of sort of work. You're not from around here, are you? But, like, of the non-Ryu strategies, very clearly the Nina strategy was the smoothest. Obviously, the strategy got a little scary toward the end because I decided to use Berserk instead of Shadow Walk. Shadow Walk might have actually done more damage. Because I might have actually... I don't think... Berserk definitely overcapped my strength. So... 120-ish? Was it 125? We had like 115. We multiply that by 1.5 times. And then we double the 1.5 times version of that, right? So we're looking at getting to about like 300. We were barely overcapping, but I think we were overcapping. So, because Berserk then will triple it, but it's just a normal physical attack. So, this is where, and then I didn't end up needing the thing. That's very funny. Where did it come from? I don't know. We call this town Combinat. I hear there's nothing but scrap and desert around us. From who? It's a mechanical soldier, but it doesn't look threatening. Did you say that? It looks very threatening. It looks like the automated ship's back. Did you come here on it? Boo 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 boo. That's pretty true. Hey, buddy. You want to rest? Go ahead. You also use Zenny? Okay. Not what I would have expected. Alright, we're now level 22. We are on the other side of the ocean. And we have... to figure out where we're going. Came looking for God. I want to know anything about that. There are no gods here. There's just containers. I will say, the container ship is interesting because now that I realize that all they're doing is like dumping all of their load onto the ocean instead of doing it, like putting it somewhere useful. I don't remember what the hell's up with this thing. Is there a
right answer. Okay, pick the third answer. Vivi, the robot gave you a homing bomb. Okay. So this is 78, but this gives you 100% accuracy. I think it actually gives you 100% accuracy against all enemies. It's not like just increasing your accuracy. I think it's like you can't miss if you have the homing bomb on. But I could be wrong. It might just give you 100% base accuracy. Not really relevant for our purposes. If we're using Momo to do DPS, she's using Shadow Walk. I know she doesn't have it right now, don't worry. Oh my god! It's like a machine soldier. So fucking many of these things. We just used the machines here to load scrap onto the ship. Don't know anything more than that. So, let's equip our coupons. Okay, with the coupons equipped, looking for something? There's someone missing here. You need weapons? Okay, so we can get a Heat Hotel. Here at Raptor Claws. AP Shells. AP Shells have 158 power. Spiked Gauntlets give you increased power. And then we have a bunch of lacquer gear and stuff like that. We have the Sage's Frock, which we don't need because we have the wind thing. Look at the fucking power on this, though. So with these AP Shells, Momo will have the same amount of power that Gar has. Remember that thing where I was saying that she's like at the weakest, at her absolute weakest? Well, guess what? She's no longer at her absolute weakest if we pick that up. That being said, we're not going to pick it up right now because I don't have the money and I'm not going to worry about selling stuff for it. We shouldn't need it right now. We're not going to be fighting a boss immediately. And we might find better gear for her by the time we need it. All the people over on this side, they're like zombies or something. No spunk in them at all. They're like machines. Doesn't this just beat all? Who knows what'll happen next, huh? Scared? Who, me? Ha! I'm here because I want to be. I could have just stayed on the other side, you know. I was happy just being a highwayman, yeah? Okay, so maybe I'm a little nervous. Who'd ever think we'd go off somewhere where no one has gone before, looking for God? Sheesh. And what's up with this brood stuff, anyway? What's the deal with these brood? The extinct brood, the god of the Urkins. We're searching for an answer to a mystery that could change the world. If I'd stayed in Windia, I would never have experienced any of this. But I bet everyone back home at the castle, especially my mother, they must all be worried about me. But being here is better than just being a princess, isn't it? Maybe I'm just being selfish. What's most important for you is what you want for yourself. Think about how amazing it is that we may be able to figure out where all the machines we use come from. It is interesting because the internal monologue thing that is projecting out doesn't seem to have a coherent motivation. With Rey, it seems to be like antagonistic to the idea of it being here, right? It's like, oh, are you afraid? You want to go home? With With Nina, it's like, oh no, we need to be here. We need to be here. This is the best place for us to be. Let's go. See what it does with Momo. I wonder what my dad would say if he were here. Every engineer dreams of solving the mysteries of the machines. And I'm going to do my best to see that it's me who finally solves the puzzle. So maybe this is just them being dramatic. I was thinking this might be like an external force that's trying to influence their mind, but that doesn't feel like the case with Momo. We don't have much to go on, but I'm sure that the power days gave us will show us the way again. Tomorrow's another big day, eh, Ark? We don't see Gar's interior monologue. We don't see Peiko's interior monologue. Isn't that suspicious? Pookie? Poo-poo-poo-poo. Poo-poo? Pookie. This is very important lore that we needed to get access to that we simply do not. This is bullshit. Okay, we're going into this field of flowers. We're using the fairy tiara. Okay. We got new merchandise, discovered a new room, made a new room, all that jazz. Let's take a look at... let's see, we do still need one more room. We have max food still. I'm not going to worry about moving anybody yet. Let's take a look and see. This is the culture people, maybe? Is this the culture people? You're thinking of jobs. Okay, I don't know if we have all the jobs yet. I've got nothing but the best. You are not maxed out, I don't think. So, we have the piercing pike, which is useless. We have the amber breastplate, which is best in slot for Peiko. We could put this on other people as well, but we don't really need to worry about it right now. But that does mean that we have access to it instead of needing to wait until we can teleport back, which is nice. Let's see. What do you sell? We already picked up the angling rod. We don't need a lion's belt. I had forgotten how slow the fairy village moves. Like, we're going to be finished with most of the fairy village by the time that we... or finished with most of the game by the time the fairy village really advances. What jobs do we have? Oh, maybe we do have... Do we have all the jobs done? Give me a second. Because if we have all the jobs done, then we don't need to worry about it. So, culture... 7 is maximum. We do not have all of the jobs. We have 3 jobs left to get. So, perfect. What do we want to put people... What are we going to change you to? Because we don't need to develop culture anymore. I don't think there's... I don't know what this does. I don't remember. We could do... I guess I could just have you also do jobs. I can also just move you. Actually, I'll just move you over here and have you go to building. Alright, and I actually need to go AFK for a second. I'm going to save first. And then we can continue on for a bit and see what happens. I need to check what kinds of enemy skills and stuff I can pick up in the upcoming dungeons and things as well. Because I think there are some new abilities that we can pick up. So I will be right back. We back. Alright. Sorry about that. Oh, always within the last hour of stream, we gotta go AFK for 10 minutes. You know, it's just the way. As they say in FFT, this is the way. Let's go talk to a tree. And we're not actually going to talk to the tree, probably, but we will look at the tree. Because there's an item here. Okay, we got the trance gene. I believe that's what we need for Myrmidon. I think that gives us Myrmidon. I wonder if we can do Myrmidon with... I think Myrmidon only takes 2 genes, so I wonder if we can actually do Myrmidon while using Shadow to... So do Shadow Myrmidon and get access to status immunity. I'm not positive if we can or not. Okay. So, we're getting up to level 23 before we have to switch our masters out. So, where are we going? I don't remember the late game of this game at all. This isn't even that late in the game. I don't remember this section of the game pretty much at all. We do have this fishing spot here. I believe this does have the Manillo. So we could do some fishing here if we wanted to get some cool stuff. Do we want to do that? Yeah, let's do some fishing, because I don't really remember where I'm going from here, so we might as well just do some fishing first, right? So let's save the game. We will... I'm gonna take the phone out of my pocket. It feels weird to be moving around. Alright, we'll do some fishing. Wait. No, we're not gonna do fishing right now. What am I thinking? I'm not gonna do fishing right now. This is crazy. No, I'm like 3 inches away from getting the best fucking rod in the game. Why would I fish now? Okay, never mind. We're don't worry about it. Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. I mean, I do have the angling rod, which is really all that I need, but that's fine. So we're in Steelgrave. Alright, so we're going to... These are multi-bots. What do multi-bots do? Does this give me a new skill? Let's take a look. I guess I can just look at this thing. Doesn't look like you have anything too interesting. So... Oh, okay, so they do have a very cool drop item. But I'm not going to worry about it. I think we can maybe buy it. Does Multibot have an interesting interaction with electricity? Oh, interesting. Let's just do this. And blitz. And what's your speed? Your speed is 20, so we're golden. You're probably immune to Earth. Yep, everything's immune to Earth. And I guess we... Inferno, if it survives both of those, which it absolutely should. That does nothing. Wait, you're immune to Fizz? Did I... Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. Okay, mistakes were made, but it's fine. Okay, both of these characters hit level 23, which is the max level they can reach right now. We do need to get access to some other stuff. So let me get confirmation that 23 is the maximum that I'm supposed to be getting to right now before I forget to check. So 23? Oh, actually, Art can get up to 24. How about Momo? Momo can also get to 24. Oh, okay. Never mind, we're fine. We have so much time left. Okay, so we have like 2 levels worth of EXP that we can still get, basically. The reason I say 2 levels worth of EXP that we can get is because we can basically get right up to the barrier with level 25. We can't get 25, but we can get all of the EXP necessary to get to it, except 1. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the layout of this area at all. We don't need to worry about you. We don't have anything that I need right now. Let's see about Blizzard. So not quite lethal on those. Close, but no cigar. We get a Wisdom Seed. That would be real useful if we were using shit like that. Do I just need to go over here? I'm trying to remember. I think it might be close to the entrance. Because I actually need to pick something up here that would be... So, multi-bots, what's your deal, multi-bot? Multi-bot. Oh, I have a wind sword equipped. Okay, we're fine. I have a sword that deals 1 damage on. Gotcha. Okay, there we go. I was like, what is happening? Okay. We equip the Demon's Bane. And we... I guess just poke. Right, rejuvenate, that's what I want to do. I just want to see how much damage Arc does, but we're not in an attack formation right now, I don't think. So we're not going to do as much damage as I'd like. We do nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, good to know. Good talk. Ice Blast and Blizzard, by the way, do the same amount of damage. So Blizzard and Ice Blast are interchangeable for multi-target, or well, for single target. For multi-target, obviously, not quite. And we can lightning. I believe it gets an immunity to whatever you hit it with. Most recently. So you just just deal different types of damage. It's not weak against any of them, but you're basically rotating it through Blizzard, or sorry, Ice, Thunder, and Fire immunity. Or you're just hitting it with a really big physical attack and killing it instantly. You know, you do you. UV glasses. Is this... This is... armor. I'll go ahead and give this to Momo, because Momo needs defense more. And we do need to put ourselves in attack formation. formation. So with us in an attack formation, Arc should be much more capable of gibbing things. Which is good. I guess you just defend, and then you just blitz, and you just defend. We are faster than these. And blitz can just take these out. We don't have an unlimited amount of EXP to play with here, but we do have quite a bit. I'm not super concerned. So we're back to here, actually. I guess we go down here. And there we go. So now I'm over here. You found the spanner. So that thing I said about not fishing, we're fishing. We've obtained the best fishing pole. So with access to the best fishing pole, we should... Ooh, so that is almost lethal. Actually, if we equip the Wisdom Ring, we might be able to make that lethal. Which would be kind of cool. It'd be interesting to have Nina insta-gibbing with that shit. Honestly, I think it's better to just put the speed boots on you and call it a day. We'll give you the Wisdom Ring. Okay, we've got the spanner. We are walking out of here. We are getting some fishing done. We're going to probably be fishing for the rest of the stream. That's probably what's going to happen, but it might not. And then next time, we will be getting ourselves in good position. Next time we'll be getting... through the next section, we will basically unlock the ability to like level people up comfortably and things like that. And we might even be approaching the next boss soon. If we're feeling fancy. Gotcha, so that's a one-way trip. Wait, I don't think I have to come through here again. I could have just walked out the other door. I'm a dope. This is interesting. I have a goal with you. How do I get you to use the ability that I want you to use? 50-50 shot? Of using... Okay. With that being the case, I think you throw a heal out, and you examine that one, and you examine this one. The reason I'm doing that is because I'm so low that I run the risk of getting killed by that. Not by that, by the other attack. Do we reprisal on this? We do! That's pretty fun. Alright, so you can cast Rejuvenate on yourself, and I wonder how tough you are. Should I try to Shadow Walk you? Just for shits and giggles. Should be fine. Yeah, we need to get Disembowel off of those. Disembowel is the last ability that we did not pick up from there. You'll note that Nina not doing amazing damage now with her Shadow Walks. If you don't stack enough modifiers, she is in fact not a powerful melee combatant. But the key is that if you stack enough modifiers, anyone in this game is a powerful melee combatant if you stack enough modifiers together. So what you're looking for is maximizing the number that you stack. I have I wonder if those things are actually weak to electric. I feel like it was doing less damage than I would have expected. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm probably just wrong. Yeah, Nina was hitting for, I think... Nina was hitting for enough damage that she had to have been hitting a weakness. She couldn't have not been hitting a weakness. There's no way she wasn't hitting a weakness. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, we pop over here. And we are now going to have to decide what things we're going to pick up here. I think we try to just fish out this entire thing, just for shits and giggles. We will equip the spanner, and we will focus on the bigger fish around here. There aren't a lot of big fish here, actually. Just gonna reel this in. So you'll note that the spanner has a fairly huge range on it for our purposes. I don't think you will go for this bait, right? Yes. Alright, so let's go to the angling rod. We need to move some things in range of the spanner. So the spanner doesn't have a huge amount of range. The angling rod has the most range of any pole. So our goal right now is to... This is why you want to get rid of the things. The angling rod is so weak that fishing in the Mana Wars is going to be a pain in the ass. So... That's probably not the big one. Actually, that's probably just ignoring it because it's the wrong bait type. I'm surprised that it wasn't moving away from it, though. Usually they move away from the bait. Maybe they only move away from the bait if it's the correct bait type but too low level. Oh, we've got two of them here. Nice. Okay, goal right now is just to get these two closer to shore. These are probably in range of the spanner now. One of them certainly is. I don't think that they're going to go for this. I'm going to go with... What is it? Float. Hopefully they're still in range. That one has moved so shallow. Okay, I think that is in fact going after this lure. Shit, I almost just lost it over. Okay, let's go for this one in the middle here, because this is very... This is, in theory, a very easy catch. Okay, we shot that a bit further than we intended to. Let's try this again. That was even worse. those are flying fish. Flying fish do go to the fish lure. Jeez. I'm really flubbing these short casts. Okay, so we got you. I don't know how many of these we need. Yeah, you can see the power of the spanner, right? Like, it is a incredibly powerful rod. I should have dodged. So for smaller fish, broadly speaking, once you have them locked in the bottom there with the spanner, they can't get away. They just get completely pulled in, start to finish. No questions asked. Oh, wait, you go after this too? Oh. That's funny. I did not realize that you would go after this kind of lure. That's so funny. I thought that we needed a worm for this. Okay, we have in fact caught a whale. Don't worry about it. In case you couldn't tell, it's a Japanese game. In case it wasn't incredibly obvious that this is a Japanese game, we did in fact just catch a whale. Alright, we do need to switch to the angling rod. And I guess I could just leave it on the float for now. Oh, that one is actually probably in range. Okay, I think this one has moved closer to yeah, this one's moved closer to shore as well. Whoa! Almost lost my lure to the ground. Alright, let's swap to the spanner. See if that'll get there. Sure will. I think everything's within range of the spanner now. 4 now. Okay, this is another swordfish. Okay. I don't remember if everything that we need can be caught here or not. Like, I don't remember if it's just swordfish that we need. I might need to pick up some, like, brandy or something that I can't pick up here. So...
Very good.
Okay, I don't think we want to try to cross through... Oh, never mind, that has moved considerable distance in, like, a fraction of a second. Holy shit! now moved closer to Schmergen. Gonna be in for a bit of a rough time here. It is buried in a corner, and it has... Oh, actually, is it? Okay. I don't know what this is. There we go. Now we know what it is. Okay, we're catching our second whale. I don't know what we need. But now that we have the spanner, it's like not even necessarily worth it to check. We can just save the game, catch the Manila, and
very good.
So we've caught 2 whales, and we've got 2 more spearfish. I don't know how many spearfish we already had. We save the game, we catch the Manilo, and then we'll know how many we need. I don't know that we need to pick up all of the items here. I don't know that we necessarily want to. But I guess we should probably pick up all the items here, just because of the fact that this is like the earliest opportunity to get them, and we're trying to be completionist in that way. So we should probably try to get them. But there are some of these are available at other locations. I think all of them might be available in other locations. And I'm going to pick up those versions of them as well. But I'm not sure if anybody can... I'm not sure how many characters can equip this stuff. So we'll see. Let's see. We are going to swap to the coin. We do have... Are there a limited number of coins in the game? Chuck You know, you actually might swim slower than you get reeled in. By the spanner? Like, I think you actually do get reeled in by the spanner faster than you move.
Good.
So let's see. So we can get a Cupid's Lyre. We can get a Shaman's Ring, which we already have one of. Spearfish and Devilfish for this. We do need a Barandi, which we don't have, for both of these. This is 158 power. Holy shit. Wait, I have a Barandi. I only have 1. I need 3 for the life armor. But I just need... Wait, didn't I catch a bunch of spearfish? Why do I only have 2 spearfish? Oh, I caught 2 just now. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we've caught... It looks like all the whales we're ever going to need. Good to know. So we don't want to use spearfish and devilfish to get skilling. That's crazy. So we just need to catch 1 more spearfish. If we catch 1 more spearfish, then... Do I have data on... It doesn't look like I have data on, like, what lures they, take. Okay. So we're going to try to catch 1 more spearfish. With 1 more spearfish caught, we are actually done here for now. Oh, there's another one up there. I don't think that that's a whale. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be a spearfish. I did not get the 3-tick. I'm not good at getting the 3-tick. I get it occasionally, but with a 3-tick, I can get them to actually approach the lure. which is the only way I'm getting them out of those corners. Without just waiting for them to move. That's another whale. We do not need to catch you. But yeah, we can pick up the Royal Sword here. This would have been really, really convenient to have for the fight that we were just in. But you can see, even the Spanner, like, these whales could just go kind of crazy with it. They can just pull you so far out. And even with zero stamina, just, like, take off like a rocket. One more spearfish and then we're done.
Very good.
No. Okay. Yeah, there's 2 spearfish and 2 whales here. Is it a whale or spearfish? We caught both the whales before we caught a spearfish. God damn it. Nope. Nope. Stop. Okay. We still have another one that's within range of the Spanner, so we don't have to go out of our way. This is so funny. I can't believe we caught 2 whales that quickly. Also, we haven't found any decent-sized whales. Okay, that is very far out. Okay. Whoa! Are you a spearfish? Holy shit. You've gotta be, like, a maxed out spearfish, right? Maybe not. This felt like a real big stamina bar. Yeah, I guess the whales we've been finding have been real tiny. Like, it's not hard to max out the score on a whale. Because they basically reach the top scoring value way earlier than you'd expect. Because the top scoring value, it just caps out at 999. So, like, there's just not space in the system to handle, like, how high it would go if you got, like, a max-size whale. I think that whales, like... Because usually you have to get within, like, I don't know, like 80% or 90% of the maximum size that they can drop at. Something along those lines to get the maximum point value. Though I think it varies from fish to fish. I think some of like the lower level fish are actually that you have to catch so many of them to actually get a high tier one, and then it's easier to catch the higher tier, like to max out the point value of the bigger fish. Which makes sense, because that's not what I wanted. I just wandered into a random encounter accidentally. That's fine. Wait, that's a tank bot. we got transfer. We take that? Okay. Nina learned transfer. Okay. Let's go. Okay. We just blitz and we're done. That's amazing. I was not intending to get into this fight. I completely forgot that I think I read about this on the like the enemy database, but I completely forgot about it. Alright, we are going to go save. How about them apples? We just got transfer. Transfer is an amazing ability that allows you to transfer AP from one character to another character. It is extremely low in terms of the value. It only transfers 10 AP and does not scale with anything. But you can scale down the cost. Usually it's 10 AP gets converted to 10 AP for somebody else. You can basically give someone, if you have the correct item equipped, which we're probably never going to have, because it requires doing a fairy thing that we're probably not going to bother with. But it maxes out at like a 2-to-1 ratio, so you can basically double the total AP that you have. Is that any use? Not really. It's so easy to rest in this game. Like, there's so many sources of resting that like it's just not particularly valuable. But it's a cool little thing to have. But you know what is useful? Is picking up a nice sword for a protagonist which is going to make the protagonist even more ridiculously out of control than they need to be.
Good.
Alright. Do you want to buy anything? I sure do. We're going to go ahead and buy a royal sword from you. We can't pick up the life armor because I did not pick up enough Barandis earlier, but I can pick up the Barandis and come back to it sometime in the near future. This gives us electric damage, which I don't think is a problem for any of the enemies that we're about to fight. But that is 243 power now. So you'll recall that I mentioned that we were at the point where like certain characters are going to start like falling behind very rapidly. Momo has access to the ability to do as much damage as Gar can do, but she's like massively faster. And she always will be, because in order for him to use a weapon that gives him 150 base power, he needs to have a 15 weight weapon. Her weapon that does like 160 or whatever it was, that shit's one weight. It doesn't weigh anything. So Momo is really gonna start going ham now. So these characters like Ray and Gar now are having to compete with other characters who now have the ability to kind of like just go insane with their stats. So that the issue that they're going to run into is like, well, how do I need to get this in We're not using disembowel on this turn, I don't think. We're going to snooze this turn. Do you have a Dreamer? Sure. Okay, we're going to snooze this turn. And I don't think these can use disembowel on second turns. On multiples of 2, they have a 3/4 chance to use target, which is fine. Let's see. And yeah, I don't think that we need to worry about their damage output other than them doing a combo on us. So I'm gonna have Momo. You know what? I don't need to because. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're snoozing because we're a little bit wounded, but I think target's not going to do enough damage for me to care. Yeah, that's basically nothing. We tried for the steal. We stole the light clothing. And then we're not on an even turn, we're on an odd turn. 50-50 shot of disembowel. Okay, neither of them did it. We snooze. We guard. We guard. Okay, target comes out. Does a little bit of damage. Target comes out. Does a little bit of damage. Disembowel, but we fail to learn it. And Disembowel? Okay, you might kill. You did not kill. You know what? Maybe I should resolve this problem. I think I kill one of them. I don't want to have both of them attacking me, and I don't really feel like... Ooh. That's not right. Okay, that's using Disembowel. I hope the other one also disembowels. It did, but not work. Is disembowel status? Can we just make ourselves immune to disembowel by using things that make us immune to status? That's good. Well. Actually, should I just blind you? No. Yeah, let's go for a blind. That's fine. I don't think a blind from Nina is going to do so much damage that it undermines our ability to... Yeah, there we go. So, wait, does it only use Disembowel if I don't... Okay, we're fine. It can still use Disembowel even if it's blinded. So we are golden. I don't have the ability to revive Arc right now. We're going to go ahead. How's your status moving? Can give you a light bangle. You should now be hopefully immune to the disembowel, and with you being immune to the disembowel, I can actually just throw heals at you comfortably and not feel like I'm wasting AP. So we're gonna get disembowel, and then we're just going to go save, and that'll be the end of stream for today. We got the disembowel, let's go. So this is the final ability that Bunyan has. So with this learned, Bunyan is mastered. So we'll go ahead and just Shadow Walk and do a poke. We don't have Ray's dead, so... Nina's very close to Levick. Wow, we got the Catsbogger. Nice. Good luck. Doesn't actually matter, because... Well, I mean, I guess I could sell it. Yeah, so next time we will continue through this area and see what comes next. We're looking for a bunch of unlocks coming up, and once we have gotten to the next area, we should unlock quite a bit. Like, there's a lot that we're unlocking very, very shortly. This is very exciting. So, that is going to be it for today. We mostly were fighting Ammonites all day, but tomorrow we should be making much more progress, much faster. We can try doing... we can try doing the next boss fight using a variety of different characters as well. And maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'll have to figure out how I want to handle that. I don't know if we're even going to get to that boss tomorrow, but my guess is yes. I think things start escalating very rapidly from here on out, and we're going to be proceeding into, like, the end game pretty fast. Like, I think that we don't have that much left to do. Like, we've already gotten to the end of the dungeon that we were just in, I think. We just, like, needed to walk a few feet to the north, and then we could just walk through it. So that dungeon's basically done. We have one dungeon left after that. After that, we're like practically done. Like, we're so close. We're making progress. we are schmoving, one might say. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope to see you again tomorrow when we will be just plowing through the next stage of the game. Later, works.